G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more Stationeers. I am really keen to attempt building a mining rocket today, and I figure it's either going to explode or it's going to go mine me stuff, so either way it's a win, I guess. This is something I haven't done. I haven't looked into how to do either, really, which means hopefully the wiki page that I've got open to my left, in combination with the in-game Stationpedia thing, might get me through with maybe some help from you guys. Let's go have a look at what materials might be required to make some of this stuff, and I'm going to guess that some of it's made from the electro printer. The X-Min. What are the... let's look up rocket. Kit. Automated rocket automation module. Automated rocket coupling module. Automated rocket gas mining, ice mining, ore mining. Salvage. Silo. Let's try... I think the silo is the first thing I need. Steel, Invar, and Astraloy. So we've got some steel. We've got some Invar. And don't know if we've got any Astraloy, so I may have to go make some. That's not how you spell Astraloy. Copper, steel, cobalt. Alright. It's easy. Oh, should I check out what else I need? Now let's do this piece by piece, rather than trying to figure it all out in one go and getting myself confused. I'll build it bit by bit. Also today I may disable my sensor lights and just leave all my lights on all the time. I think I've got enough power to get away with that. And let's have a look at my batteries. Maybe I don't. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. I don't know. Astraloy. You are warm, but need to get rid of all the gas. So, 1 part copper, 2 parts steel, 1 part cobalt. 1 part cobalt, 1 part copper. Do I have any steel down here? I've only got 1. Dang it. Need to go grab steel from upstairs. I'm glad you enjoyed June Spice Wars Spectre Spectrum. Cowback and I have been having a fair bit of fun with it. It's a good little game. I think it will benefit from some patching, particularly with regard to balancing patches in the coming development time, but it's a pretty strong start to begin with. I'm just going to take all the steel. And then I'll make some more steel before I come back in. Assuming I remember. Which I may not. Thank you, Charlie, for opening the door so the birds are even louder through my microphone. That was really helpful. Hey, also. How's it going? Yeah. Cobalt and copper. So that's one unit, that's another unit. I'm guessing I'm probably best off making a good chunk of this rather than just kind of going, yeah, I'll just make one tiny little bit. Hey, Tincho. So I think this goes down by a fact, like I get a quarter of how much total mass I put in for this stuff. Let's smelt it down anyway. Probably about 1 megapascal will be enough to get most of this stuff smelted in, and then I can try and remember what temperatures I needed. Actually, what temperatures do I need? Oh, this is the high pressure one, isn't it? High pressure. I have not left this in a position where I can pump the off gases back in. Right. That would be why I don't have any left over of this. Thanks, Psychedelic... Thanks, Psychedelic Viking, for the Prime sub. Thanks, Chillaris, for the sub. I swore it was 6 months. I wonder if Prime and the other one count together. I don't know. And thank you so much, Orsa, for another 10 gift subs, you nutter. Alright, how have we gone? Let's get a bit more in here. Take all this out so I can more easily access it. Grab another copper and another cobalt. And I might leave it just that, rather than going any more. I'm running out of cobalt as it is. I think this is the main thing I actually use cobalt for. So now, how much gas do I even have in this thing here? %, 280 moles of nitrogen oxide. At not particularly warm. Let's maybe turn these off. Yep, they're all off now. And then... yeah, I guess I'm just going to have to repipe everything again. I really should see if I can come up with a... come up with a system that would work for getting... I suppose if I... be an extra valve. What I didn't want to do was have to control how much gas went into this feed-in system, separate to everything else. Let's just see if I can... I'm going to take a chance here. That could be a bad one, but with 15 megapascals and... 0.3% oxygen. Can I get this up high enough to ignite again without it exploding? Maybe I'll bring it down a bit. Hey, thanks, Chillaris. Chillaris. I know you said it last time how I was supposed to say it, but it's just not sticking for some reason. Hey, Dragnon. Hey, Moosey. Hey, Zathurian. Yeah, that'll do. Now let's light this baby up. See what pressure I get. Seven. 12. Come on. Wait, do I still... No, I haven't got the output on. Okay, I don't think this is going to work. But I need this extra gas, this extra hot gas anyway. Because I need to get the temperature in here up to... Dragnon! Thank you so much for yet another 20 gift subs. Yeah. $2,766. NASA. 650 degrees Celsius. It's pretty hot. Yeah, the tank's not insulated. It's fine though. I have made this work before. Don't stress. This'll work. Dang the new PC. Get that hype train. Ragnar, get yourself a new PC. At least one that has all the keys on it before you keep dropping these subs. It would appear I'm out of fuel. Also, I don't know what that pump was. Oh, that was the... Yep. Ah, good. Oh. Doink. There we go. There's my astroloy. Uh-oh. Okay, that was close. That was way too close. I almost exploded it. Well, I just used up a whole lot of excess gas that I didn't mean to use, but whatever. It'll be fine. I'm beginning to think that Charlie doesn't play with that door to get out, but because she likes the sound it makes. Because the door was just open, she pushed it shut so that she could push the button. Yeah, Dragnon, you could have gotten me to explode if you'd made it a little bit later. Thanks, Skolum. Thanks for the sub. Yeah. Yeah, that's getting cold. That's fine, though. 1, 2, 3, 4. How was your trip away, Moosey? The, in-laws. Yeah, it's true, Dragnon. Charlie is a effectively a child and she does everything she can to push buttons. Storm Invent, the multiplayer mod I use is the multiplayer mod. I wasn't aware there were two. It's the one that's on Steam. Do I want to do more than that? That'll give me 600. Yeah, that's probably enough for now. Plus, I don't have enough iron to make another full set anyway. Yeah. A dog version of Capac. This is true. See a button? Hit a button. Thanks, SS0. Thanks for 7 months Prime. Yes. Potential blammo today. It does seem like it is likely. Let's dump the gases. Let's turn this on and watch the pressures this time. I'm thinking I should attempt to get a gas collecting rocket first. Although I'm out of irons, maybe I go the other one first. Yeah, I'll go the other one first. Doesn't really matter. Both are easy to collect. Just thinking a gas collecting rocket then collects me the fuel to launch more rockets. That'll do. That'll do. It's easy to swap between the two if you wanted. I thought it might have been not too bad to swap them out. That'll do. Ignite. Give me steel. Watch the steel go. Alright, there's 12 of them, aren't there? It was 600 grams. Cool. That's the steel done. Now, I have no idea what I had a lot of or not up there. I think I might just leave it. Rather than smelting down stuff that I might end up having to use later. So my plans with Stationeers are actually, if I can get this rocket, once I get this rocket working, I think I might retire this save and kind of end this playthrough there, because I've kind of done a lot of the things that I wanted to do. And then once, because I've got some plans for the Thursday stream slot that I'd like to get into in the next, either next week or the week after. Those plans involve Lego. So that's one of the things I want to do instead. And with regards to coming back to it, I'll probably leave it at least a month or so before trying to drag Capac into a co-op save where we can muck around with a whole bunch more stuff and think up a different scenario to play through that'll be interesting for both of us to play through together. That's my plan. Because I'm as long as, well, there is there is an issue of there is an issue of the current rain that is falling in my area and the water that is starting to come in through the slab in the garage, like through the gaps in the slab. If that water keeps accumulating, I may have to delay the Lego streams from a safety perspective. So that might throw a spanner in the works of what I'm planning, but other than that, I am very close. Yes, Dragnon, that is not how water cooling is supposed to work. Yeah, so the recent heavy rains here have extra saturated the already saturated soil from the last heavy rains that never really dried out because it's winter here. And yeah, been a slight problem for my garage, which is where all my Lego is. Because the garage is under the living area of the house. Yay, I actually managed to get here for soybean seeds and fern seeds. Cool. Arenstar, I haven't got any plans whatsoever. You're asking questions about stuff I don't even know about. Alright. Silo module. What else do I need? I presume I'm going to need a rocket engine, a rocket command, a rocket fuel tank. No, that's the modular rocket. That's the separate thing. More electrum. Is there an automated landing pad thing as well? Or is that a separate one to the trader landing pad, or is it the same landing pad? Launch pad. Ah. Okay. I'll wait till this is made and then I'll select that. Oh wait, it shouldn't change it, should it? Wow, that's slow. Incanal, which I do have. Alright. Well, we'll get there. Lucky I've got plenty of resources still hanging around. So yeah, aside from the risk of flooding, I will hopefully either next week. My plan is either next week or the week after to do the first of the new Lego streams with the new setup, because I'm pretty happy with how it's coming together. The plan for the first one will be just building one of the Technic sets that I've got, and then possibly as I get more stuff sorted and I've got enough blocks and I know where enough stuff is, start building some custom stuff to work on building a set of mechs for Mobile Frame Zero, which is a tabletop game. And once I've got those, then playing the tabletop game, then building the scenery for the tabletop game, and then I can play the tabletop game with Jackson, who has built his own mech army, which I'll have to copy, and he'll be playing remotely. And that should be really fun, I think. The whole build process and everything should be fun. That is really slow. Oh, here we go, corn seeds. Doo-doo. No, I don't, Zuna. No, I don't. I've messed around with some of the brick design, like PC design tools, and I much prefer tactile design with Lego. I like having it in my hands. The ridiculous array of bricks that are out there that you can use on the PC software for it just ends up giving me decision paralysis, and I can't actually think of what I'm going to do with it. So I prefer building with designing with my hands, and I think that makes sense given the way that I also in Space Engineers, as the best example, like designing stuff in survival oftentimes, because the limited options I have help make it easier for me to design stuff. So I find it harder to design on PC, at least at this stage. I suspect that could change once I get more comfortable with the bricks that exist now that didn't when I was a kid. More steel. Yeah, KB, I'm fully expecting to need to go mining to get the resources to get a thing to go mining for me. That's almost certainly going to happen. What have I got? I've got 22 steel frames, so I don't need too many more of those. Probably... Actually, I probably don't need too much of this stuff at all. Let's stop that. Plot that out. I was making these because I thought I was going to need them for setting stuff up, but apparently not. Chutes, pipes, chutes, furniture, electronics, suit equipment, paints, sheets, walls, frames, building equipment, fine, sure, lights can go there. Cables. I've actually got a decent amount. I might just make some regular old cable coils though, because I don't seem to have many of them. And because the electronics printer is occupied, I'll do it there. I swear I heard a dodo in my kitchen last night. It was my ice machine squeaking. The ice machine in my fridge is noisy. Sounds like something breaking as it operates through the night. It's a little bit off-putting. Alright, so I've got not the bit I need yet. What are those? Lockers. I don't need lockers. Put them away. I'm going to need chutes as well, aren't I? Oh, I'll sort that out when I need them, because I'm not sure how much I want. Now I'm going to approach it. Rocket. Automated rocket modules. Automated rockets are uncrewed vehicles that can be dispatched off-world to retrieve a range of resources. Yes. Once launched. Oh. Anyway, back to that. Once launched, automatic rocket modules seek out planets or asteroids with mineral resources. Depending on which modules have been constructed with, rockets can be programmed to mine all available resources, then move to another planet or return home. Their range, and therefore the amount of resources they can collect, is determined by their available fuel. If they run out of fuel, they are lost to the void forever. Automated rocket system is combined of 4 fundamental modules, plus an engine and fuel tanks. The automation module. The automated rocket, that's a lot of auto, is the control system passing data to the various modules. So I need an automation module, which I haven't made yet. Am I? Nope. Gold, Invar, Stellite, and Incanal. Oh, looks like I might be making some more stuff. Invar. Incanal. I don't think I've got more Stellite at the moment. Stellite's the bluey stuff, and I don't have any here. What do I need for Stellite? This is kind of why I thought this would be a nice, kind of, if I manage to succeed with this goal to finish things up. Silver, silicon, and cobalt. 10 to 20 megapascals at high temperature. Uh, 1 to 2 to 1. 1 to 2. To 1. I'm glad I didn't process more cobalt. It is cobalt, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, the sections require, yeah, that of course, because once I place these down, they'll be a build state, and then I need to add things to them. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, yep, yep. This might be able to ignite again. Get us to where we want to get. Though I think it's probably going to be safer if I just empty it. I am not moving my furnace. I am not putting it in a frame. I am happy with how it works. I can make all of the ingots. It doesn't take that much work, and I kind of like the minigame of tweaking it.
Hydration critical.
Seriously? Already? I filled up right at the start of the stream. Hopefully, chill. It's a little less difficult to. Well, it's a little easier to understand having watched me muck around with it a bit. Okay, that's a bit high. Come on, come on, come on. Yay, starlight. Cool. Alright, back we go. I actually enjoy the manual process of making the ingots and stuff. It's like it's a fun little mini game to me to try and balance all the things dynamically as I like with me manually controlling stuff. I like it. So that's actually one of the reasons I do it, because I genuinely like that part of the game. I like it a lot more than the processes required to automate such a thing. Oh, fair enough, Chill. I'm glad you do. Someone with better rhyming skills than me could make a green eggs and ham about splits in his furnace. Possibly. Like, I don't put the furnace in a frame because that just feels like blue levels of cheese. I haven't put it in a vacuum because most ways I can think of doing that would be, well, to do that in a nice way would require me setting up external controls and monitoring for the furnace. And for the amount of gain that gives me when I could be doing other fun things, like learning new parts of the game, so that when I play this with Capac, I can just do what I feel like at the time rather than, and you know, help him when he gets stuck with some random bit that he's trying to explore about the game. I kind of preferred that. I've been trying to take a slightly Capac approach with playing this particular save, in that I've been trying to do new things rather than just doing all the same things that I've done before. Which is a big part of why I've reached so many points of frustration, I think. Because I've been doing some things that I'm not very good at. Vacuum neither makes things cold nor hot. Yeah, I think the sad thing about Stationeers is that the way you interact with objects and them and everything kind of being represented one to one is both a great part of the game, but also a major barrier to new players being able to enjoy the game. Um, so it's its own worst enemy in that way, but it is also one of the things that I think if it did some of the inventory stuff the way that a lot of other games do, I don't think it'd have the same level of charm. Yeah, I'm going to go outside and I'm going to pick a spot for this launch pad. Given where my fuel pipes are, I'm kind of thinking off that side of the base, the far side. Like thinking out here might be the way to go. Yeah, that'll do. Hold up. That's what I was doing. Alright, Igorf, yes, Poison Mars is what we're on. The atmosphere is pure poison. Which I think has worked out to be a relatively interesting setup. Like, I think it's given me enough interesting, different challenges to do. Oh, I don't have enough steel sheets. Okay. Back I go. Dragnot, I don't think it matters as long as the rotor isn't moving. But generally speaking, I prefer high braking force on Space Engineers rotors than I prefer rotor lock. Rotor lock is this weird, for want of a better term, artificial force that doesn't seem to apply consistently. Air conditioner's working overtime, and we are holding static with temperature. I think. Pretty sure it was 29 degrees 2 weeks ago when I last played on this. And it is still 29 degrees. Oh wait, did I have more? I did have a few... No, I did bring them all. No, I didn't. There they are. That's what I want. Alright, back out with a new battery in my welder. I really hope I don't run out of iron and need to go too much mining to get this thing built. Oh! Oh, I have the wrong thing. 8 electronic parts. Right, so this is what people were saying about this stuff getting really... Wait, is this the wrong launch pad? Or is it the same... Or is there only one launch pad? Okay. Because this looks like the same one as the modular one. Like the rocket that lets me escape one. I suppose it makes sense that they have the same pad. Just wanted to be sure. I should have checked what electronics required, I think, through whether I have some before coming inside. Whether I have the required materials. Iron, gold, and copper. That is easy. Needed 8 for this. I'm probably going to need more than that, so I could possibly even just leave this running and make as many as I get from... That'll get me like 16 more. Yeah, I'll just leave it running. How's the demon in the Sterling engine doing? I haven't checked it today. I suspect not great. Because it wasn't doing a whole lot last time, but it was doing a little bit more than the previous time. And I haven't done anything to try and optimize the thing. Like, at all. Nope, haven't insulated the hot side. Haven't done any of it. Nope. Cool. Launch pad done. So that requires power. Was it a different spot? I swear, I'm trying to remember how Capac and I did the launch pad on our Europa save. It's so long ago that I'm really struggling to remember any of it. Or any useful amount of it. Well, let's start by moving some power lines over there. Doop. Oh, the gantry thing, right. Yeah, I remember this being quite a considerable construction. That much I remember. I'll show you what the Stirling engine's up to, which is not much. Not much at all. Eh. I'll be honest. I've sort of lost interest in the Stirling engine. What the? Alright, those lights don't turn off because they're the different type, because I didn't include them in the thing, the script thing. What have I got here? Rocket silo module, rocket ore mining module. I'm guessing I need to... rocket engine and rocket fuel tank first. Or do I need a coupling module first? What's the next stage of this thing? Rocket. Coupler. This connects mining modules to storage modules by passing material from one to the other. Specifically, the automated rocket coupling module down passes resources from a storage module beneath it. The automated rocket coupling module up passes resources to a storage module above it. The rocket will not collect resources without this element. Storage module. All modules of the rocket must be powered. Note that modules are created on by default, but can be turned off and on using logic connections. Fuel, at least 500 moles.
Hunger, caution.
Okay. Rocket. Engine. Gold, copper, steel, electrum, invar. Gold. Copper. Steel. Electrum. Oh, my out invar. Dang it. What does invar need me to do? $18 to $20, 1.2 to 1.5. Ooh, that's a tight window. Iron and nickel. And I don't have much iron. Well, looks like I'm mining. Let's just put our rocket bits down the end here for now. That's what I want. Oh, wait, hang on. My goggles. Dang it, my goggles have no battery. I'll just use that one. Lights on. Glasses on. And iron. Figure I'll just fill up my belt and my suit. I won't bother with filling up extra belts. Because I'm probably going to have to come back and grab various different bits along the way, and at least this kind of breaks up the mining rather than make it one big chunk of mining that I have to do. One thing I'm definitely going to revel in when when I next play this will be I will again modify the mining yields to make mining less, so you don't have to do quite so much. Oops, I mined the lead. I'll just finish it off then. Where'd that boulder go? Oh, it's gone now. Can ice go through chutes without melting during Mars days? I don't know. If there are no windows, yes. Huh. I mean, it's relatively easy to test something like that. Build an inlet. Throw some ice in it. Although I wonder whether it has an impact, like whether having open ends to the chute system has an impact. As in, if the chutes are connected to machines on both ends, does that make them more temperature safe? See you, Orsa. Tinjo, is there anything I would like to have added to the game more than more colors? I'm not too fussed about the color limitation, to be honest. The thing that I would like to see added to Stationeers is more, like, in terms of without adding a huge mechanic to the game. Like, I'd love to see us be able to design our own rover and build mechanical machines in Stationeers environment. I think that'd be cool. But without going to something of that extent, I'd just like to see us have the ability to build airtight spaces with slopes and different shapes, so that our builds, since we're here to build stations, can have some aesthetic elements to them. They're not just all bricks. That's what I'd like, because I think that for me would make the places feel more special, because I'd be able to design them to look more interesting. You sort of can do that with the systems we've got in the game at the moment, if you just assume that you're going to put a whole lot of design-based cladding and have a much smaller interior space than exterior. However, I think that can work perfectly fine for an entry to an underground facility, but for an above-ground facility, it just ends up, I think, feeling a bit wrong. Because you end up with a much smaller internal space than you're expecting when you enter. So if we had, those of you who played Space Engineers, if we had the standard cube block versions of, so anything with the 45-degree slope, if we had those in Stationeers, the inverted corner, the corner piece, and the slope, if we had those three bits as airtight blocks with airtight versions of it as a window, airtight versions of it as a wall, and airtight versions of it as the steel frames, the designs of the bases would become much, much, much more visually interesting. But that would be my big thing I'd like changed. That is more an extension of current systems than an addition of an entirely new system. That's because for me, my attachment to a space is usually more emotional when that space has some... when I've been able to give that space a personal touch. Just thought I'd put all this away this time. Oops. Okay, we are making Invar, iron and nickel. At a 1-to-1. Wait, what did I just put in there? Was that iron or nickel? That's iron. Hey, Mo. You're welcome, Tincho. For me, one of the things I'd like about... I've always liked about making stuff on YouTube or making stuff like streaming on Twitch and the like, is that level of interaction that I get. Survival Maybe was such a fun playthrough in Space Engineers because I would record an episode, edit an episode, publish the episode, read the comments, record the next one for a lot of that series. And it was that sequence that meant that it was sort of like a weekly feedback session. And so I learnt heaps about Space Engineers and heaps about what I liked to do for design in that time. And that was really cool being able to do that. I'm going to try... What's the temperature we need? Yeah, hot. I'm going to get rid of all this. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Keen have actually done or are doing with that AI tease that they've put out there. I'm reserving judgment on anything until I see something concrete. And am allowed to talk about it. I haven't seen anything concrete yet, but there's a chance I might see something before I'm allowed to talk about it, so I figured I'd put that caveat in there. Right. I'm going to want to near blow this thing. Alrighty. I'm going to let it cool down a bit and see how much the pressure shifts as it cools. Caviar goes in my mouth, Cruz. Though I'm not sure I've had proper caviar. I've definitely had fish roe. But I don't know that I've ever actually had caviar. You want to see me blow up the rocket I'm making. If I manage to get the rocket built, I might just blow it up for the fun of it. So this is cooling down faster than I want the thing to. Let's bring it down to, say... 18, alright. It's still cooling really quickly. Oh, have I messed this up? Come on. Give me that sweet spot. Come on, temperature go down a bit faster. Yes. I like the sense of achievement I get from doing this way. I think that's why I've been sticking steadfastly to making my, like, working my furnace that way. It feels like an achievement every time I manage to get one of the more complicated alloys out. That's the word I was looking for. Alloy. Alloy. Well, I don't think I'm running out of Enviro particularly soon. Might have been more than I needed to make, but I won't complain about it later when I need it. Alright, modular rocket engine being made. And fuel tank will need some more astraloy and constantan. I don't have more constantan, do I? That's another thing I'm gonna... Today's basically gonna be a day of alloy making, isn't it? Ooh, okay. The fuel tank needs 60 invar, so I'm glad I made as much as I did. Need more steel in there for that. don't think I have astraloy here. Electrum, inconel, stellite, waspaloy. Oh no, there's astraloy. I don't have the constantan. What do I need to make for constantan? Copper and nickel. I've got to go mine some nickel then. We'll go do that now. Yes, I did come close to exploding everything today. Amusingly. And totally unintentionally. Two, turn on. Let's find some nickel. Lead, copper. That's some nickel down there. That was what I needed, right? Yeah, nickel and copper. I think I was onto my last 80 or so of nickel after the last alloys I was messing with. Yeah, Gruz, this is an ore scanner. I'm wearing glasses that help me see what ores are underground. And it makes the whole process incredibly efficient to go out and collect stuff. So instead of having to just scan the surface, I can find everything within a reasonable radius. Which is why I hadn't really bothered to explore any of the other methods of collecting materials, because the ore glasses plus a heavy drill, you can kind of collect stuff even on vanilla settings pretty quickly. Because these are vanilla ore rates that I'm playing with, and even with that, it's really not been too bad. Any more nickel? Can I see? No. Move those up here. We'll collect some copper because I'm going to need some of that. I think I've got a decent amount of copper, but I'll probably be glad that I've collected some anyway. I really want to do... I'm going to do a video highlighting Drago's ore detecting mods for Space Engineers, because I think that the methodology that he's used, the sort of mini-game approach to finding ores at a distance, is something that would add some nice depth to ore finding mechanics in Space Engineers. The whole kind of pared down spectroscopy mechanic is really quite cool, and fits thematically too, which is nice. It's like Digi's spray paint tool in Space Engineers. That fits thematically better than their own painting tool, and would be something that I've wanted them to integrate as a into the vanilla experience since the first time I played with that mod. Alright, let's see if we can find a little bit more nickel. Yeah, nickel, 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 nickel. Where are you? Yeah, Lohin, there are a few little things like that where the display doesn't quite fit on the transparent LCDs. Hopefully Drago can fix that and just scale it down for the transparent LCDs so that stuff, or mess with the padding value or something. I'm hoping there's something like that he can do to make it so that things don't get clipped off the edge. Wow, is there really no nickel? Come on. I was low on cobalt as well, wasn't I? Suppose I could just grab some of that since I'm here. It's cobalt, like nickel, doesn't come in big deposits. You can build a drill rig in Stationeers, but my experience with the drill rig was that it was basically next to pointless. And you were much better off just going straight for these glasses and continuing to mine manually. I don't know if it's changed since then, but it was horribly inefficient, required too much power, and was just all annoying. It was annoying to set up because it required so much power. You basically needed to set up a new mining base which only mined like 2 square meter hole. There are some automated things that go faster than what I'm doing, but they require scripts and stuff to run, from what I understand. That looks like it's all of it. Alrighty, out we go, wherever the hole was, or just straight up. That is the wrong way. That is almost the right way. Somewhere this way is the right way. There's my lights. Nope, that's a hole. Yeah. The way that the mining system was set up was just not... It was not flexible enough to be useful. When you make a static mining rig in Space Engineers, you can increase it over time as you need more. Whereas in Stationeers, it just cuts this little hole, and it cuts it in a straight line, and it only gives you what it hits in that hole. It ends up yielding so little that every time you have to move it is a major pain, and yeah. Not a fan. My thought of how they could have improved that would be so that you could build an expansion module on it to keep expanding the area that it mines out, instead of having to move the whole rig, thereby giving you a way of expanding what you've got rather than always being stuck with this tiny little area. Be cool to be able to build a rover similar to the rocket that can do some mining. Yeah. Yeah, probably would. Graz, no, I don't think the heavily mined world issue is as prevalent in Stationeers as it is in Space Engineers. Even before the refactor that they recently did, I don't think it was as big an issue because I think Stationeers was calculating the stuff for the voxels no differently when they were unmined to when they were mined. I think it was calculating them the same regardless. Space Engineers runs into that problem because of the height map procedure that it uses for planets to allow planets to even be a thing. And so it's when you change from that height map to a voxel map that you start getting things going nuts and struggling. Constantan, 20 megapascals at 1,000. That one's pretty easy. Copper and nickel. It is 1-to-1, right? Yeah. Yeah, custom rovers in general would be really cool. I don't expect them to necessarily happen, but they would be really cool in this. The fact that I can enjoy the game without them says something, though. Someone remind me when I next go inside to refill my water and food supplies. So I'm currently empty. I just don't want to go inside before I've made up this Constantan. In fact, I might get real world me some water when I when I do that. Honestly, Moosey, no. It's been a long time since I've browsed the Space Engineers workshop for blueprints. I pretty much only look at mods on there. which is probably not ideal because there'd be plenty of like building techniques that I could learn from some of the more impressive blueprints that are out there. It's just finding the time to do that. And I do find a bit of joy in coming up with some of those crazy things myself instead of relying on using other blueprints. Probably put a bit too much fuel in there. Oh. Cool. Constantan made. Codenamed Azrael. If I can manage to do some of the things that I've done this series in Stationeers, I kind of feel like anyone can. Because some of the stuff that I have done on stream is stuff that I am really, really bad at. And yet it's still managed to slowly come together. Admittedly, that's with a lot of coaching from chat. So that is an advantage that I have. But still, I do feel genuinely, if I can do this, anyone can give it a crack and get this stuff to work. Just takes a lot of patience. And I might go grab some water and food and then go outside and smelt some more copper before that cools down. I have yet to make the high pressure alloys without blowing something up. Well, if you go back and watch what Capac and I did in our first, in our Europa playthrough of this, you will see me exploding furnaces the exact same way. Trying to make the high tier alloys and blowing everything up because I had to have a... Because I didn't want to use the vacuum frame trick, I had to use a heated room for my furnace, and it got real spicy, and I definitely blew it up at least once. It's copper, right? Sweet. I have to say, despite the grumblings that Capac did make along some of the times while we've been playing Stationeers, we've had some pretty cool little memories from stuff we've done in this game. Which is kind of all... In some ways, it's all you can hope for from a game, is for that game to create some fun memories to think back on. And Stationeers has definitely done that with our pressure cannons that we've built, me exploding the base, Capac venting stuff, the terrible airlock that I tried to build on the Mars base that took like 3 minutes for us to transition. All good memories. Okay, I've got the modular rocket engine, and this is the fuel tank. Comes Evil Twin, I was talking about that earlier. This save is not going to get a Capac. I was hoping when I first started this that the refactor update was closer than it actually ended up being. And so at the time I thought, yeah, I might get a little bit built and then Capac can join me and we can blah, blah, blah. I will absolutely be starting something completely fresh when I do drag Capac in. But I'm probably going to take... My plan is see if I can build this rocket today. If I can't build it today, finish building it next week. And once I've built the rocket and I feel like I've achieved that, the next thing I want to do is actually end this save. Because that's kind of achieved what I wanted to... That kind of achieves what I wanted to achieve with it. Hang on. Why are all these arrows pointing in weird ways? Oh, I'll put it there. Welding torch and 16 steel sheets. And then I probably need more electronics. Yeah, codename. It's funny how once you find someone who enjoys things that are similar to you, you can find ways to enjoy those things. But equally, there are some people I watch who play games that I would never play myself because I know I wouldn't enjoy them. How dare you, sir? I am not an influencer. I am a content creator. I make content. I don't just post pictures of me with products. No, it's all good. I expect with streams, the longer you go, the more you're gonna need to say some things because people can't not everybody can sit down and watch the whole thing in one bite. So you're all good, Karma Evil Twin. TFE, I like to think I convinced you to get Dune. Yeah, I can get that, Nicola. Like, horror games, enjoying someone else's fear of it versus playing it. For me, the type of game that I can sometimes enjoy watching, but do not enjoy playing are social elimination games. Trouble in Terrorist Town, etc. Never really enjoyed watching Among Us, though. That was always just annoying. Because nothing was happening other than people arguing during the discussion phases, and then nothing was happening except for playing the game during the game bits, so it was... Yeah, it wasn't... That game never worked for me as a content thing. But yeah, some of those social elimination games, I don't... The idea of having to lie for that long about what you're doing just makes it stressful. I played a little bit of Among Us on a charity stream with Wasted, and the one time I was the imposter, I hated it. And I'm hopeful that even those of you guys who aren't particularly interested in the RTS/4X style thing that is Dune can potentially enjoy some of the silliness that we'll get up to in that. Because I think there's a lot of potential for that with Capac's knowledge of the Dune universe. being as in-depth as it is. How dare you, Black Shadow? You take that back. Huh. Do I have to finish the engine before I can place that down? Oh, plastic sheets. Well, I probably should have looked up what I needed. KB, I will not. The only type of sponsorship like that I would take is to do a tongue-in-cheek one where if I was sponsored by the insecticide with a similar name. Having influence does not make you the quote-unquote influencer. An influencer. It does make you into the... I suppose the way to think of it is influencer with a small I or a capital I. The capital I, it does not make you. The small I, it does, because that's semantics and technically yes. But the capital I one, no, never. Nuh-uh, not happening, no. Since you were in medicine, would that make you an influenza? Oh dear, Gruz. Plastic sheets. Yeah, that's... I might fill up my coils while I'm here. I don't see the point. Like, even if I'm being paid to play a game by the developers, I don't see the point in saying to people, you should go out and get this game, just as a blanket statement, because that just leads to refunds. I think it makes a lot more sense to say, if you like this, this, and this, then you're probably similar enough to what I like that there's a good chance you'll like this thing that I'm playing, even though I'm being paid to play it. Though, I will say, for the vast majority of things, I've only taken sponsorships for games that I would have actually played anyway. So they're paying me to do something I would have done, regardless. That, to me, makes a lot of sense. Why doesn't this work? What am I missing here? Oh. Huh. I'm not missing anything. I was apparently just wasn't snapped. Okay, what do you want? You want a wrench and 4 tank kits. Laws and I trade blows, and by trade I mean that laws absolutely floors me. Oh. Jeez. don't stop making the bad jokes, but I'm still going to sigh at you. Oh, that requires a lot of steel. I'll just be back in a sec. Oh, actually, no. I do have my cup in here. Thought I left it in the house. It is only just behind me. Thankfully, so is my sink. And my favourite doggo. Even though she was an absolute nightmare this morning. Dragnon, did you just do the sit down, stand up thing because of me talking about expanding my desk yesterday in Discord and making it more suitable for this? Since the 2 weeks ago when I tested whether I could, with my current arrangement, actually do the sit-stand thing, I ended up with a DisplayPort cable ripped apart. And I made an extra tank that I don't need. So I was talking with Dragnon, who does a lot of this sort of handymanish stuff, about how I might improve my desk setup. I've got an electronic sit-stand desk that goes up high enough for my height. And was thinking about how I might fit my two PCs, my stream PC and my game PC, onto the desk space as well. Currently my desk, and I'm fortunate to sort of have this problem. Currently my desk is 1.8 meters wide by 750 deep. And it's got 3 32-inch monitors on it and one 24-inch screen that's between my keyboard and the center screen. That's the touch screen. The 24-inch is a touch screen that goes to my stream PC so that I can control it without the using keyboard and mouse. So there's, with all those screens and the keyboard and mouse and everything, there's actually no room on the desk surface for me to put the PCs. And my case that I have for my game PC is a Be Quiet Dark Rock. Is it Dark Rock? Something like that. Pro 900 something. It's huge. It's really convenient that it's huge because it makes it easy to build stuff, put stuff together in it. And it also meant that it was just barely big enough for my 3090. So it's huge, which means I need to make my desk bigger if I want to fit it on there. And I was trying to think of ways to do it. I think I've decided that the way I'm going to do it is by making my desktop bigger, which may end up being quite involved. Yeah, Mike, I can't hang it underneath. They'll take up too much space, and they're too big for it. The case that I have is too big. That is so big that I cannot find a single under desk mount that is big enough for it. Like, they're 10 centimeters too small for it. The biggest ones. So it's a big margin. Now, back to the rocket. What modules do I need to put on this next? I'll hook it up to fueling and everything once I've got it completely constructed. And power. There's no room on the left or right sides either, Mike. So the answer is make the desktop deeper so that I can fit them behind the monitors. So my plan is to make a custom desktop that's a little bit wider than the current one and about another 400mm deeper. I was just going to do one mining module. Otherwise, silo. Silo module. Allows the mounting of all placed device. Welding torch and 10 steel sheets. Plastic sheets. 5 electronic parts. Okay, let's go make some more. Silo, coupler, miner, automation. Oh, I don't have a coupler. Mining, automation. But yeah, that's... So what I'm thinking I can do is, especially with me being close enough to that I can plan around having Lego streams, which use a totally different setup, is that once the rain stops and I can safely bring timber home from the hardware store, I will dismantle my whole setup in my shed on, say, a Wednesday, stream from the garage on the Thursday, and hopefully have the desk rebuilt and reassembled and everything by the Friday for recording Scavenger Hunt and streaming on Friday evening. Electronics. What do I need to make? Which needs more iron first. Might have to go smelt some more. Steve blesses the rain down in Australia. You won't get me to sing that easily, Groz. Lohan, the big advantage of doing an upgrade to my desk is that it's a lot safer having the desk transitioned if there's only a single cable to be managed. The more cables, even if you've got nice long ones, the more cables there are, the higher the risk something will get caught and something will go wrong. So it's just that much safer if I do it so that they're all moving as one part. And from looking up the specs of my desk should be able to lift and lower 120 kilos. So I've got plenty of margin for error there. Now, what do I need for this next thing, which was the coupler? Automated rocket coupling module. More electrum. Yeah, Dragnon, we don't really have any projects around the house other than we want to build a proper veggie garden out in the backyard. One that's raised enough that Charlie doesn't see it as a great option for digging in. That's the only project I can think of, which does give a little bit more validity to me buying a circular saw just so that I can upgrade my desk. Hey, thanks, Tommaso. Thanks for 9 months. Yeah, Tincho, I've seen Self-Sufficient Me. That dude is weird. I think he'd be fun to meet, but he's a weird dude. He's made a YouTube channel about being an awkward Australian on camera. It's really quite entertaining. But yeah, I can't watch much of him because it just gets a little too cringe. Alright, I will go outside, I will put these next modules together, and then, before I come back inside, smelt some more iron. I'll admit, I'm definitely a hoarder when it comes to collecting tools for various things, but I feel like that's the least bad thing you can be a hoarder about, because they do come in handy at unexpected times. Automatic rocket coupling module down. So this is like a... Hang on, let's look this up. Just so I can have it on screen. A unidirectional multi-state conveyance solution. The coupling module is designed to interface between various mining and storage modules. It is essential for the functioning of the mining unit. When placed below a mining module, the down coupler passes mined or harvested material into the respective storage unit. Okay, for a second I was thinking this was like a decoupler in Kerbal Space Program, but it sounds like it's more like a conveyor sorter in Space Engineers, with the arrow on it, which is visible kind of just here, showing the direction of travel of the material. And because my silo is here, that's my silo, yeah? Because my silo is here, I want stuff to pass into the silo. So that one's actually really easy to make sense of, unlike some of these other ones. Oh, that's built. Okay. So now it goes mining and then automation. Is that like an... I'm guessing this, when it's welded, has the nose cone? Yes. Oh, I don't have enough plastic sheets. Okay, so we need iron, and I might as well make some silicon too while I'm down here. You'll need an integrated chip for the automation module. Yeah, I figured as much. Requires 20 electronic parts. Cool. Thank you for reminding me to check that as well. Oh, the chip's not needed? So, can you use the chip to, like, or optimize it or something? What exactly is a mining rocket? Does it launch up and then drill a massive hole in the ground? It sounds like it launches up, goes to space, finds some asteroids, mines them, and brings them back. That appears to be how it works, but I've never done it before, so we'll see. Thanks, Robert. And we want to make some iron. Ugh, keep being too quick for my own good. The actual control of the rocket can be on the ground. Huh. Oh, so I'm kind of remote controlling the rocket, as it were. So we'll smelt all that, and then I'll do another 100 silicon or so. The epic finale of Fiery Doom will be me intentionally making this rocket not work. I want to make the rocket work, and then I'll intentionally make it not work. Possibly by sending some superheated gases into its fuel tank. But yeah, I was interested in figuring this part out, and then I felt like that was kind of most of what I wanted to do here. And because I've got some other things I'd like to do in other games and in Lego and stuff like that, rather than keep grinding my way through this just to build decorative stuff, I felt like it was time to move on after that. But I felt like this was also a rocket is always a good send-off. It's a good option for a send-off, I reckon. Plus, I prefer, when I can, to let you guys know that I'm ending a thing when I end a thing, rather than just never coming back to it. Yeah, the trivia night. Trivia night's not an end. That's like a that doesn't ended. That can't be ended. You just play those games when you have time to. Evil Genius 2 I had intended to come back to, and it ended up being so long since I played it that I would have had to restart anyway, so it didn't seem to be much point. Valheim, we had intended when we flew off the edge of the world to play it again, but we both had lost interest, and we felt like the flying off the edge of the world was a good enough ending, even though at the end we said, we'll be back. It still felt like enough of an ending. Jackbox is a hard thing to find time for, weirdly. Because it's always been our game of choice when we didn't have something else we wanted to play. And Capac was meant to prepare his apartment so that we could set up a couch co-op place at his place, while I was setting up a Lego and tabletop place at my place. Area at my place, I should say. So I'm not saying place so much. But that hasn't happened. Because I don't think he wants to keep his place tidy enough for it to happen. But I think the nature of this is there will always be stuff that's not ended the way it was intended to. But I like to try and at least do a little bit less of that. Than many of the creators I've followed over the years. But there will always be things left in a unhappily finished state, as long as I get as many endings as I can manage to. I'm happy. Not much is left on the rocket to build now. I have to fuel it up. And I have to then figure out how I control it, but there's not much left. As in, I think it's built now. Ah, that would be... Yep. Yeah, it grows exactly. Barnaby, I don't know how the cockroach theft relates to anything that was being said. I'll be honest. I have no idea how that relates. That was a deliberate choice by me because we had an overpowered thing for the mods we were using. And I wanted to keep things interesting rather than going the path that seems to be preferred amongst many TV show of power creep. No, the final fate of the cockroach was not left unanswered. It's in the finale. You saw what happened to it. There was nothing left unanswered. What do I need to do to make this thing launch now? Rocket. Launch conditions. Programming. The rocket is controlled by the integrated circuit system. Rocket modes. The rocket's mode is set via the device's activate value. The mode determines the current behavior. Idle at base, 1, launching 2, traveling 3, arrived 4, idle at destination, returning home, returned and lost. So how do I send those modes to the rocket? I figure I should understand this before I put any fuel in the rocket. So, but hang on. How am I sending the rocket mode to the rocket? Is it just sent to the launch pad? Or is it, do I need some sort of radio antenna to send the signal to the rocket? No, Dragnon, I do not want an accidental launch mid-programming. That would be, not so optimal. So thirsty. I see. No. I don't have any plans for another public server Space Engineers series. Much as they were fun, the only way I can see it working for me these days is if I do it in secret and only reveal it right at the end. Because the experience I got with the Draconis servers was that once people knew where the server was, the server load from the number of people playing was more than Space Engineers the game can handle. And that kind of meant that my recordings were very difficult because we were playing at a sim speed below 1. And there were a lot of frustrations that affected the making of the content. And not so much the playing of the game, but the actual making of videos that make doing something like that difficult enough that I don't want to really do it again anytime soon, or at least in that sort of way. There may be other ways that I come up with that might work, but at the moment, doing it the way that I did either of the two Grand Tour style series won't work. So that's why the end of Escape from Purgatory was recorded on a solo save, because the server itself had to be taken down anyway because it just wasn't working. And with the amount of time I play per week, playing most games in a server environment, it really doesn't work. And I don't, except for maybe a special event, I don't want to play the same game every day for a week. I like playing different stuff. This is not a particularly useful guide for someone at my level. Like, it doesn't actually tell you how to do the thing. It sounds like what I need to do is wait for this storm to pass, connect up the power, create a isolated system, have a computer over there that's, or at least an IC housing with an integrated circuit in it, and then use that to send signals. Yeah, Capac and I are enjoying the flexibility that playing games on stream gives us versus videos in terms of being able to play more different games. Barnaby, I don't understand a lot of what you're saying. I think there's some assumed knowledge that you assume I have that I don't have. Particularly what some of the terms you're using mean in the context of what this is trying to do. I just want to control the rocket in the easiest way possible. That's it. If the easiest way possible is sitting an integrated circuit in there and changing the values on a computer and then shoving it back in and then doing it again, then I'll do that. If the easiest way is using a screwdriver on a logic circuit that changes a value, like, couldn't I just use a memory chip, change the value from 1 through 7? Sorry, 0 through 7, and just send that to the thing? Wouldn't that be the easiest way? Right. Okay, let's do it that way. Because at least I understand what I'm doing. I get that it might do some things that we don't want it to do eventually, but let's do it that way. I just want this thing to work. And I want to see what the flaws are in doing this basic setup. So I'm guessing figuring out when to send these signals might be tricky. Would that be correct? Do I have an APC hanging around here? Yes. Might make a new battery too. Let's make a battery for that. I'd like to have a battery backup for this just in case. Yeah, I think keeping it simple so I don't stuff up is probably the best way. Why would I need 4 consoles for doing it manually? What do the consoles provide that I can't just poke in with a screwdriver? Okay, so yeah. I need a console for displaying value of the fuel. All right, that makes sense. Console. I think I might have a couple of consoles. Let's just check. Actually, no, it doesn't look like I do. Logic readers to put in so you can read fuel level, one so you can read storage, and the other for minables in the area. I am not interested in watching a video during my stream for how to do this. That would not be a good idea. That would be very much infringing that person's copyright for their video. I know lots of streamers do it. I'm not okay with it. Because I would be pretty annoyed if someone did that and was watching my content that way and barely adding anything meaningful to it. Chill, if someone subscribes on Twitch, at level 1, I get 50% of the value of that subscription. At level 2, it's, I think, 60%, and at level 3, it's 70%. Twitch takes the rest. With bits, all the fees are done, all the fees that Twitch takes are taken before the bits get put in your account. So you can see how much that costs you. I don't know how much that is. And then the value of the bits goes straight to the streamer that you give them to. I have no idea if I'm meant to say that publicly, but it's publicly available information, so meh. Merchandise is a bit weird, because I've set the percentages lower on the things that I remembered to do it on, and then some of them I've forgotten to do that. But it's not very much. The merch is... Honestly, the reason I've got merch sites is so that I can have my own stuff. Prime is less than a regular sub, but I don't know how much it is, honestly. I like, to be honest, I like to not know too much about this stuff, because then it puts too much of a monetary value on things that I'd rather just have as, oh, that's really nice, awesome, thank you. And not be able to specifically think it through. Makes me happier. So what you're saying is we should wait till we see you and pelt you with coins. Don't think I want that to happen. I don't think so. Alright, where's my power at? Here. So I could probably set my consoles up here. Wait, can I stick the consoles on the launch pad? No. Alright, I need to go get some frames. I should have brought them out with me. I'm going to make a little console area. Unless I happen to have a wall or two here. I do. Kit, geometric, kit wall. Especially if I don't build this up and I just put the consoles on there. Oh, I forgot to bring the glass sheets for the consoles. Curses. Yeah. I also forgot to bring the battery that I put in the charger for some reason. That was totally unnecessary. Oops, wrong one. Get him with a bag of nickels, Family Guy style. Ow! No. Also, how much value is there in a nickel? Never quite understood what the different US coin nomenclatures actually ended up referring to. I mean, the quarter is an obvious one because, you know, the rest of them don't make any sense to me. I mean, one part of it that really makes very little sense to me, coming from a country that has ditched 1 and 2 cent coins a long, long time ago, is why you guys haven't done the same? Who needs them? It's not like people, like, it's not like they have much, have any significant inherent value. Yeah, that's me genuinely being, like, not understanding, not me being critical about it. Like, why? I don't remember whether there was any pushback against ditching the coins here when it happened. So I was too young when it happened. I mean, I don't carry cash on me at all anymore. I haven't carried cash for... It's probably up... I reckon... be getting close to 3 years since I last carried cash. Oh yeah, Gruz. Do the Kiwis, did you guys get rid of your 1 and 2 cent coins as well? Yeah. There was ages ago for us. I genuinely don't remember when it specifically was. I just remember as a kid it happening. So we're talking probably 30 years ago. Sometime in the 90s, I'm guessing. Yeah, this was not a political discussion. This was just a... It's an odd financial quirk that... It's like... They're just annoying. I just find coins annoying. I bet there was something else I was meant to go inside and get then. I have not gotten, but still got some of it. Oh, oh no, I've got cables. Battery? Is it worth 1 cent to dig your hand through gross garbage? That seems like a fair question. Suppose it depends on whether you use disposable nappies and have a small child. Because in that situation, I could confidently say, no, it would not be worth it to me. Okay, so the whole thing's wired up now. Are there power switches? Can't see one. So now... Do I need circuit boards in these, or I don't, because I'm just going to be sending values to them? Through logic. I'm gonna have to remember which one's which. Okay, so let's start with the simple part, which is a memory module. Sending to a logic writer. I might move this down a bit. Which will be my control for what state the rocket is in. Ooh, hang on. I know how I should do this differently. Then I need a logic reader. For one of the other values. But... no, it's a screwdriver I need for this. So I'm going to be controlling this from the other side of the wall. Let's put the memory here where I can actually control it. That makes more sense, doesn't it? Oh, I need LED displays, but the consoles look so much nicer. Fair enough. I'll fix them. So, we have, first up, logic writer. Then I need... I'll just spread this out. few logic readers, and a whole lot more cabling. Does the game manual have any information on what the mix of gases should be to make fuel? I honestly don't know, but I always do a 2-to-1 mix. So 2 volatiles to 1 oxygen. Because you're taking hydrogen and oxygen and burning it to create water. Let's see. Does it have information? I don't think it does. No. Oh, here we go. The orange portable fuel canister supplies a 64-litre mix of 66% volatiles and 34% oxygen. So that's your ideal mix for... That's your stoichiometric mix. I.e. everything gets burned. Stoichiometric, yeah. Hand drill. And then go back in, get some cable and 2 more readers. Wait, 3 more readers. Yeah, turns out there is a obscure place that it's in the files. In the real world, it would burn into water. In the game, it does not. But I find that that's a helpful way to remember your ratios. Because it's a common chemical formula that people remember. I find it to be a useful memory aid for myself. Although I'm a bit sad that I'm not going to get around to doing all the decorative stuff here. I think that gives me something nice and fun to do when Capac's blowing stuff up when we play together, so that I can mess around with that at that stage, leaving myself something new to mess with. Right. More cable, which I think I put away. Yes, I did. Wait, what? That's not all I got. Okay, let's make some more cable. Oh. Oops. Just kicked my chair and disturbed Charlie's sleep briefly. So I suspect I don't have enough fuel and I'm going to need to go mine some. But I think if I can get this logic sorted out, this will be pretty cool. I should probably get the Stationpedia back to the page that I was looking at. Yeah, there we go. Right, let's just pop that out and we can leave the rest going while I go down and build this. High vacuum muscle. Yeah, instead of a lever and a dial, I decided to just use a screwdriver on a memory module to set values. It's the, I think it's the Stationeers equivalent of starting your car with a screwdriver. I can't say I've ever had a car that I needed to do that with, but I've watched enough TV shows where that's been a thing that it's in my head. Did have a car for a while that had to be very regularly topped up with coolant, though. Yeah, this way would make more sense, wouldn't it? You never know. NASA might have controlled some of the early rockets in a not too dissimilar way. I feel like it's not as silly as it sounds. Like there might be some sort of reason why you could justify doing that. Okay, I need to use my label maker. I need to label these things. So what were the things I needed to have on my LEDs again? It was fuel remaining. Rocket state. What were the other ones you guys wanted me to do? Something about... Yeah, rocket state is what I'm thinking of as rocket... I'll rename that to rocket mode, so it's semantically consistent. Minables. Thank you. And cargo. Ah, yeah. Confirm. Okay, and then we will do the same here. So, logic writer, set rocket mode, logic reader, read rocket mode, read rocket fuel, read minables, read cargo. There we go. So now, make sure my memory is set to 0. Yes, good. Now we set the logic writer in will be my memory rocket mode. Out will be... Does it do I send it to the rocket launch pad? Is that where I send this to? Dang it, you're right. Com Warrior, I do need more things to actually write to the screens. Poop. It's been so long since I did the logic things that I forgot that there's an extra step. You read the value from one thing and you write it to another thing. I should not need a lever to launch the rocket. I will just change the number on the memory module to launch. I'll change it to 1 and it will launch. Why would I need 8 more, Barnaby? That doesn't make sense. Because I'm not processing it, I'm just reading a value that I get from the logic, and then... So I read it, and then I read the reader when I use it as a writer. Yeah, I've already got 1 read for each console, so I don't need another one. I just need 4 of these. No, I can't say throw the switch for launch. I can say turn the screw! Which sounds weird and thus appeals to me. Yeah, Dragnon, I thought... the weirdness of saying, turn the screw, launch the rocket, is slightly appealing. Oh, yep, there we go, that's a good one. Screw it, we're launching. Yep, that's perfect. Perfect. Right. Well, Imaro, so I'll turn the value to 1. The rocket, I presume, will automatically change its value to 2. It'll then set it to 3. And then it'll be idle at its destination and activate its mining modules, and then I'll need to set it to 5 to tell it to return home. So even if I forget to build the next rocket, it'll still be on returning home, which will probably just confuse it and shouldn't make it launch, I think. Thanks, he who types. Yes. This launch was screwed from the beginning. It was never going to work. I have no idea how the rockets work. It's just me figuring it out. So it's entirely possible I could say things that don't actually work out. Because I don't know what I'm talking about. Well, that's a whole mess of cable that probably could have been done a lot more efficiently, but it is what it is. It's done now. Let's go back to the label maker. So I've got set rocket mode. This will be display rocket mode. Display rocket fuel. Just display minables. Display cargo. Indeed, Gruz, rockets are a tube running away from their own explosion. So, is this what the... So the logic writer that's going to write my memory state, is it meant to be set to the automated rocket automation module? Cool. That's correct. All right. So now we've got a logic reader, which is meant for read rocket mode. So that's going to also be read ARAM variable mode. This is going to read, the input is going to be the rocket mode, and the output is going to be rocket mode. Huh? What did I call that display? Did I name the display? Cargo, minables, rocket mode. Okay, so it was rocket mode. So display rocket mode, output to rocket mode, variable mode. So if I turn that on, and that on, and that on, we should have rocket mode, which is currently set to 0. That's not helpful. Great. Everything's going to be 0 currently, which is just perfect. So this one, logic reader, also set to the ARAM. Or do I set this to the fuel? Hey, thanks, Dwight. Thanks for 23 months. Almost 2 years. Hey, Solonic. Going wellish. The output variable for the LEDs needs to be setting. Why is it that my variable I'm reading is mode and my variable output is setting? That doesn't make any sense. Why is that? Because aren't I reading a mode and then sending that mode to here? Or is it that this thing sends out a setting and that's what I'm displaying? Setting is the numerical value of the mode. Oh, it's writing the setting of the LED. Okay. This language stuff that's used in this is confusing. Yeah, chill. This is what also confuses me too, as you can tell. So, am I reading the rocket fuel from the tank, or am I reading what the ARAM reads of the tank. I'm guessing I'm reading the tank. Wait, can I even... Modular rocket fuel tank. Variable. Maximum? Lock? Import count? Export count? Error? Temperature? Setting? Required power? Ratio? Quantity. There we go. Oh, it's ARAM fuel. Alright, fine. Dang it. I guessed wrong. I guessed wrong. Read fuel. Okay. In will be read rocket fuel. Out will be... fuel remaining. That's what I call that, isn't it? Yeah, fuel remaining. Output variable will be setting. Feels weird having you say comments like that, Gruz. Feels real weird. Since you're Australian, did you remember to build a rocket upside down? Coming from a Kiwi, it doesn't feel right. Guessing this is all still going to be 0. At least this will show me some idea of what's going on of whether I've set these up correctly once I start fueling this thing, which will be soon. Why is my suit white and not grey? I didn't want to make it grey. Read minables. Collectible goods is what I'm guessing that is. Yep, got that one right. Booyah. Read minables. Out to minables. Minables, output variable, setting. That. Oh. Oh, I've created an error. I've created a bad error. Is this bugged? Electronics thread exception. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Is it possible it doesn't like this because we're currently on the planet? Interesting. That's an exception that might need some fixing. Read cargo. So we want, again, the ARAM. And the variable will be... Which one's this one? Oh, the silo. Okay, this one will actually be a different one. Okay. Quantity. Then that's read cargo. Output will go to cargo. I really should have named the displays cargo display or the like, because it would have made it a bit easier. Alright, they're all 0. Let's go plug some fuel in. See where we go after that. Let's just have a quick look at how much gas I've got, because I don't think I've got anywhere near enough. 20. Oh, actually, I might have enough. What does it say? 500 moles of fuel? Yeah. And I have 22 kilomoles of hydrogen and 39 kilomoles of oxygen. I probably have enough fuel. How delightfully handy. I've already got several kilomoles of fuel in the line. Sweet. I just need a lot of pipe now. Just need steel and silicon. I think I have enough silicon up there. Oh, I didn't get out of the thing before the lights went off. Pipes. Insulated pipes. Make all of the... Oh. Make all of the pipes. Do I have some made already? I have a few. It might even be enough to get a good start going. Let's just bring those. Do I have a red paint? No, I need a red paint. Oh, I just realized how bad it's going to be when Capac decides to start painting our already pressurized base, because I guarantee he will end up using a lot of spray paint and releasing a lot of pollutant. So I will have to try and remember that issue for when we get to that point, so that I could protect us from him. Oh no, Iron Helix, I'm talking about then it'd be a brand new save if I start playing with start playing with Capac in this. It won't be this save. I already have a filtration system. Do I need a turbo pump? Or is a pump fine? There's a turbo pump outside which I can steal from where I left it. So that's fine. I'll leave those going, but I'm going to go out and see if this is even close to enough pipe. I think it's going to be close. Excuse me. There's a turbo pump stuck to the outside of the wall up there. Do. You know, I'm all about safety, so I'm going to make my fuel line run under where I have to stand. So that makes a lot of... That'll make the OSHA people happy, I'm sure. Sure work cover won't have an issue with me. I'm going to go through a lot of pipe here, aren't I? Think of it this way, it makes you care more about what happens with these pipes if something going wrong can kill you. Arguably, I suppose. Now, where should I fit this pump? There it is. Probably close to the pipe input. Pipe input. I kind of want to do something stupid with this chute output. I kind of want to have it just have an outlet so that I assume this returns to the pad so it can just spew all the ores out all over the ground. Yep. I figured that's exactly what it'd do, and that's what I want it to do. Be the most painful shower you've ever had. Oops. Ooh. I'm going to be close to having enough pipe. Oh yeah, I will have enough. There we are. Pipe connected. Let's power up that pump. Now, thanks, Hubs. Down my desk goes. Try not to run Charlie's feet over as I move my chair. Oh, I did miss one. Wait, are there 3 fuel points? Oh. Rat. Well, I guess I'm moving that turbo pump then. There we are. Thank you for helping me see that. If assuming that they are all needed, it would have taken me a while to notice that, I think. Cool. Alright, I'm going to turn this pump on briefly and see if my fuel in the tanks thing has actually changed my display. Yay! So we have fuel remaining 479. Because the concentration's so high, like because the pressure in this is already quite high, the fuel rate transfer, I don't need many liters to actually get it to work. But I can probably speed it up a bit. I kind of wish I could see that from here. K is max. Yeah, it might have been smart to have a switch down here to turn it off, so that I don't explode the fuel tanks. From overpressure. Can I even do that, or would I just blow this pipe once it overpressures? Oops, wrong way. Never tried it. That sounds like a really good idea for now. I think we might have run out of fuel mix. Yep. I'm not going to get the mix wrong. You sure 8,000's the max? We're at double that now. Fuel. The variable is fuel. I think we might have run out of fuel mix. Yeah. Which means we've potentially run out of hydrogen. Yep. I guess I keep going mining some hydrogen to see what I can do to get this thing to blow. Should we do it? I think we should do it. Let's go mine some volatiles. I'm just going to go inside and empty out my inventory because I don't need to be carrying all this stuff now. Yes, my blast shield wall is kind of full of holes. Otherwise I can't see. It might blow when it launches. Yeah? Yeah, perhaps. Because it might be too much. Alright, let me put these things back and I'll give an attempt at launch before I go and mine more fuel. Well, either way, I'm going to need to save it again. Because if it does launch and everything's fine, then we need to roll back and fuel it up more. see if there is a point where it'll blow.
Hydration critical.
I'm guessing at the very least, we're going to be limited by 60 megapascals in the pipes beyond the pump. So if nothing else, we're limited by that. Which, presume the measurement we're reading is in... Yeah, so we're at 27 megapascals. We're almost halfway to maximum pressure for the pipe. And if it reaches maximum pressure for the pipe, then I guess they're the same pressure. Maximums. It's odd that that's lower. That reads lower. Anyway. Screwdriver. Save game. Why didn't that create a new save? Stream 13 will rocket explode now. It's overwriting my save. Something's balked with my saves. Oh dear. I'm only going to be able to roll back to here, so if this explodes, I'm going to have to reverse the pump and suck fuel back out. Okay, here we go. Set value to 1. Why has it not set the value to 1? Oh, I need to turn the logic writer on. Huh? Why are you no work? Oh. What's the activate? Oh, I set it to rocket. Yep. Yep. There we go. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Rocket works flawlessly. Cool. Yeah, no kaboom. Looks like the reported maximum fuel from the wiki is wrong. The mode should have changed. Logic reader. Mode equals 4. In should be read rocket mode. There we go. Now it's right. It's 8,000 per tank. You have 3 tanks, which means 24,000. Don't you have 4 tanks? Because it takes 4 tanks. Four is idle at destination. How do I send activate mining module message to it? Or find minables, because it says minables is 0. Assuming I didn't stuff that one up as well. Yeah, I set that one up right. What? Oh, right. Minables are turned off because it was erroring. There we go. Minables says 1. Change mode to 2. Set it to traveling. Okay. Okay, I've got lots of fuel. Because this is taking a while. I just checked the cargo setting. Oh, it says it's arrived. Still no minables though. What if I send that again? Does that make it do the thing? I am reading cargo. That's the cargo. So cargo is set to read from the silo module, the quantity, and this is set to read cargo, which is that reader, and to output to cargo, the setting, cargo being that display. Yeah, I feel like there's some sort of command I'm missing. Also, I'm noticing that the game is auto-saving over previous saves and not giving me new saves, which is concerning. Yeah, as far as I understand it, what I've done is correct. Do I need to send a message to the mining module to activate? Like, do I need another logic circuit to activate mining? Yeah, alright. Hang on. Let's find what the mining module is. Or mining module. It has 2 modes, active and inactive, which should only be triggered when the rocket has arrived on the planet and is idle. Okay. So let's set this logic writer up temporarily to, instead of sending to the rocket, let's send it to the Does it still show me as having those things? Because I feel like I've gone round in circles through this already. Yeah. It seems like I might have just lost my rocket. Because I now can't set this logic writer back up to what I set it up to. I can't change it back to the ARAM now that it's left. Whoops. So we've now got these backup saves, which I noticed were a new thing, but it seems like it's not letting me type in a new save name. But we do have these backup saves. So at least there's that. Let's go back to here and see if we can blow the rocket up. So my guess is the way I'm controlling this rocket is not intended behavior. Because I'm guessing that these logic circuits are not meant to be able to still send commands to the rocket when there's no sender. And that will potentially be patched out at some point, where you have to actually use some sort of transmitter. So let's go mine some fuel. Once I check how much oxygen we still got. 28 kilomoles of oxygen, no hydrogen. All right. There's some of that delicious X. No, that's under the base. I don't want to do that. There you go. Volatiles. And a giant hole in the ground. Yeah, you mentioned that earlier, Barnaby. I kind of assumed I'd need the wireless, some sort of wireless transmitter, but I'm just going to take advantage of the presumed unintended behavior, but could be intended, who knows, of being able to not need it for now. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if those variables would be able to be set with a transmitter, receiver, and some sort of circuitry set up on the rocket itself. But first step first. Can I explode rocket, or do I just pop the pipe? That's most of it here. Let's go shove that in the base because we're right here, and then I'll go out and collect another load. Attach a cat back with a walkie-talkie to the rocket. I like that plan. Oh, so that we can see this when it happens, let's turn that off. It's all survived so far. We're discovering that the rockets can hold a lot of fuel. I'll be interested to see whether there's how much of that fuel is still there when I bring it back. Oh, that's good to know, Barnaby. Maybe I will be able to work out the Amy even with Capac distracting me, if it's very similar to what I've done here. So would that make Capac a noisy miner? Capac is a noisy miner. That's not very much. Here we go. He always moans and complains when I make him go mining. It's like, work? I don't want to do work. Turns out Sneaky Sounds quietens down Capac too. Let's just get this and I'll ditch the coal that I'm collecting because I don't need it. Ah, there's another deposit. And it is currently cold enough outside that I can put this in my suit if I'm quick. Otherwise we could have some amusing phase changes about to happen. There's a whole lot of volatiles turn into gas in my suit backpack. It's getting warmer. Let's just grab a little bit more. Just want to make sure I've actually got enough to at least blow the pipe up. Which is not what I want to do, I just want to know that I've pushed it as far as it can go. Alright, let's get out of here. Temperature is going up. I really like having lights on my base at all times. I think, despite the stuff that I learned to do it, I don't think I'll really make an attempt to have sensor-based lighting in a future base. I think I like having lights on to navigate home by far more than that. It just means that you have to push harder to get the power output to maintain having those lights on. Or what I would probably do is have a switch to control all the lights across the whole base, except for a few safety ones, and be able to switch all but a couple off when power gets tight. This is going to take a little while. We're at 6 miles. Yeesh. Oh no, wait. 8 kilomoles. 8 kilomoles. 23,698. How high can we go? Let's turn this mixer on. We're up to 24. Past 24. I'm wondering if 32 might be where we run into troubles. It does sound like RimWorld. 8 killer moles are attacking.
Hunger critical.
Well, there's our 32 mark. Still hasn't blown. This on this side. We're up to 40 megapascals in the pipe. Yeah, I might when I next play this, try and set up the furnace better so that it can actually provide power via a Stirling engine. So that would be practical and something I think I understand what I need to do in order to make it happen. We still got enough oxygen, right? Oh yeah, plenty of oxygen. I'm gonna have to go get more fuel at the rate this is going. Go out and get another load. I'm not sure this is going to crack 40. What is the recommended temperature to store gases? Not hot enough for auto ignition. Your fuel lines would be probably the not facetious and but still not potentially useful answer. All right, let's save the game again. And it's still saving over the same save game, so that's not helpful. Oh, I can just read the screen. You guys probably can't, but I can just read it. It's 38, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800. I reckon I'm going to need to go mine again. No, Com Warrior, it's sort of doing some stuff like Space Engineers, except it's broken. They've created a bug. You can't create a new save. You're only creating extra backups for an existing save. You can't create a new one with a new name. Which is clearly bugged. Because if that's intended behavior, that's not good intended behavior. Well, right. We're at 48 megapascals. We've only got 12 to go before the pipe blows. Guess we just keep going. Yes, the creation of it. I always try and branch my saves. It's a habit I developed due to worrying constantly about having a corrupted save ruin a series that I'm working on. So I always create new save names every episode or every stream of a thing. So if I ever have to roll back, it's hopefully not too far. It does mean my saves folder for games like Space Engineers gets enormous very quickly, but for the benefits, it's totally worth it. Go away, gold. I don't care about you right now. It seems to be creating at least a new backup within the same save, which is not ideal, but it is working. Hopefully it's a bug that they'll fix at some point soonish, but for right now I'm not too worried. I was just trying to think, how do I explode the rocket? Like, if overpressuring doesn't explode it, how do I do it? And I believe I have an idea. I'm thinking I put a pipe heater on. And just do it that way. Put a pipe heater on and heat the fuel mix until it reaches ignition temperatures. Let's turn the fuel mixer off again and let's just put all of this in. Yes, I do know that there's a weapons printer, but I like exploding this stuff through less direct means when I can. I find it more fun. Because, you know, shooting something, blowing something up with explosives, that's something you can do in loads of games. Overpressuring something until it explodes, not so much. Or overpressure canisters and hurl them like grenades. That actually sounds appealing. That sounds quite appealing. Yeah, I don't think Capac and I exploded our rocket on our other one when we built our escape rocket. So I haven't seen it explode either. Process all the fuel. Huh. In some ways, I'm a bit lucky that I didn't ever get an auto ignition with my fuel mix. I just realized a mistake I made. I've got hot gases going into here, and then I get some of that hot gas and pull it back out and put it into the system again. Fortunately, the volumes are usually so tiny that it wouldn't have been a problem, but in theory, if I ever let the levels get low enough and then put the fuel mix together, I could have ended up auto-igniting the fuel before it got to the furnace. Okay, let's turn you off. Turn you on. Get my tablet. And be nice and close for the fireworks. 50. 52, 53, 54, 50. I can hear the creaking. Okay, if the rocket hasn't blown now, it's not going to blow through overpressure. So, what I want to do... Oh yeah, heating the pipe will burst it before it gets high enough to ignite. It'll just burst the pipe. Well, I can shift some of the gas back. How could I very rapidly apply enough heat then? Hmm. 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 Alright, I'm going to do the mission properly, and then we're going to blow this thing up. Injecting furnace gas into the pipe. Yes. Yes. Or a heat exchanger. Would a heat exchanger with furnace off gas work? Just slap a regular furnace on those pipes and hit activate. Ah. Yes, that sounds like a good plan. But let's do the thing properly first. So we need another IO and another memory. Yeah, I've got to get the ore shower and then the kaboom. That's the correct order of operations here. Oh yeah, there will be burning. Much burning. Got to have a proper send-off. And I feel like having the rocket burn my face off with its exhaust, it's not quite to the level of send-off I was hoping. Okay. So this one needs to be set to... I need to name it. This was mining module memory. And this will be the wrong type of I/O. Mining module writer. Really am going to need to come up with better naming systems if I do these things more complicated than this. So this one will be input is the mining module memory. Output is the where is it? Advanced rocket ore mining module. And the ore variable will output variable will be mode. Should be able to turn those on. And that should allow us to launch. Just one sec. I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'll be back in just a moment. And then I'll get us a new save and get us a rocket launch, rocket retrieval, and then rocket blammo. And apparently I set this wrong. It should be activate. And Charlie's back playing with the door. Okay. Save. Hope that it creates a new one. Alright, and cool. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Screw it, let's launch. Oh wait, this is before I fixed up the other one. Try that again. And launch. Blammo. Goodbye, rocket. Turn that on. Display rocket mode. Now, some of these words right. Charlie's making some really weird noises over there. Let me let her out. Lights. Quick, yeah. Free. Oh, what is she going to destroy now? She's outside. All right. Mode 4 should be displaying, maybe? No, it's not. What did I do wrong? Mode 4. So that's read rocket mode. Oh, right, that's what I said wrong. Knew there was another thing that I'd fixed after the save that I reloaded. Cool. So we have minables, which means I need to set this to 1. Cargo state is now 1. 2. Does anyone know what the max cargo is? Unknown. Brilliant. A lot. Huh. Well, in that case, that fuel amount is going down quite slowly. We have a lot of fuel. So, shall I go mine some more things to make boom? Hey, thanks, Dinom. Thanks for the Prime sub. Like, is that 25 stacks or is that 25 grams? Also, we're out of fuel. Okay. Need to... set this to 2. Just traveling. It has arrived. Things are going. I think I need to set the miner to mine again. Yes. Alright, so this is going to take some babysitting, I guess. I can't go running off and mining and hope it'll just accumulate a massive amount of ore. I presume this is the sort of thing that can be managed much more, in a much more automated fashion using integrated circuits, detecting when this is at 0 and then sending it this signal and then etc. Going on and on. Yeah. Yeah, I thought this might be why the script is better, but I just didn't want to do scripting today. I was not in the mood. Yeah, if mode equals 4 and minables equals 1. Still kind of cool that there's a manual setup. I guess we go till we get 100 and then bring it back. I think that seems reasonable. I'm presuming that when it comes back, I don't need to stick anything on the tower for the ores to shower out of it. It'll just shower out of what's there. And if I do, then I can do that once it arrives. 100's not too bad. We're up to 60 already. Yeah, Lohan, it is very much like the programming being woven into the circuitry of computers in the 1960s. So those of you who've used these rockets a bit, What's your sort of typical cutoff for cargo? Like, how much do you normally let it accumulate to? Just to try and give me an idea of whether 100 is going to be spectacular or whether I should wait more. Maybe Stationeers will get computers programmed by punch cards next. Oh, I'm not running until 500 fuel left. That's insanity. When the rocket gets to 500 fuel, it returns. Okay, so you don't do it based on cargo. Gotcha. I think the 85 is nodes, so you should get 85 clumps of stuff. Well, at least I've learned something that it seemed like was not easily available information. You can definitely get a lot more fuel on these rockets. Like, a lot more. And quite safely. Although I'd argue that this isn't safe. This is too close to pipe popping territory to be safe. Well, that's 110. I'll do one more and then I'll bring it back. And we'll see. What's my return? Returning home is 5. Well, I moved it on before it needed to. Just put all your pipes in frames. Do the frames stop the pipe from bursting? Or do they just make it really, really hard to find which pipe has burst where? 130. Okay. Let's call her back. The last one. Ah, yeah, that's what I thought. Here we go. Where's my ore? Maybe I will have to stick a thing on the side. Yeah, it still says it's got cargo. All right. Let's go get a chute.
Hydration critical.
Here's some I prepared earlier. If you can hear those pipes, they are not happy. Hello? Yeah, need to set open value for the silo module. That does seem like it could be a thing. I put my screwdriver in that locker, didn't I? Ah. Yes, I did. Oh, I wanted to do this in the light. Grrr. It took so long. It's going to be dark. Mining module memory in and out will be silo module. Output variable is presumably mode or activate. Or setting? Mode? Oh, open. Right. Yes, that would make sense. Open to 1. Okay, can I get over there quickly enough? Well, that's not as quick as I was hoping it would be. It's a little less impressive than I hoped. Take the chutes off there, limiting it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. That's what we wanted to see. Yeah. That was it. All right. Leave session. Exit. Let's try that again. There was an autosave not that long before. Oh, that was at rocket launch? Okay. That's probably not a good sign. Wait, why is the rocket launched again? Interesting. I think it's launched again because this... No, that's 4. Alright, let's just change that to 5 and bring it back. Yeah, this wasn't at launch. This was... Something weird's happened with the save. It saved while it was up in space and it's sort of teleported itself down. And it's now returning with that in place. Does quite the suicide burn. Okay, now we know how to make it spew. I can do it quickly before it gets dark. This is set to 1, yes?
Critical.
Yes. Okay, out will go to the silo module. Output variable will be open. Now we go that, and then open. Yeah. That's what I was looking for. It's a lot of uranium. Yeah, they're all just random little amounts. Alright, now let's make a furnace and let's blow this popsicle stand. And either the rocket's going to explode or it's not going to. Be one of the two. But either way, it'll be a fitting send-off. And that is made here. Furnace. Iron and copper. And then I need... I think I've got iron sheets outside, but I'll make a couple just in case. Boom time. I'm hoping that this is going to be more successful than my attempted explosion of the portable air conditioner. This will definitely get flames, I know that much. How many flames, I'm not sure. But it will definitely get flames. So at least unlike the air conditioner that just got hot and didn't do anything, this will do something. Do I need pipes? Oh, I might need a couple of pipes, yeah. Oh yeah, my plan is to pipe it in above the pump. And iron sheets. Just need a couple of those. I think going for giant fireball at night is the right way to go. Yeah, the furnace is definitely going to explode. Whether the whole pipe network goes or not, I'm unsure. Oh, wretch. That's where this becomes fun. Okie dokie. Away the wrench. Everybody ready? Huh, there's another fuel nozzle that I didn't attach to. I guess you don't have to attach to all of them. Oh, the furnace is already almost at exploding pressure now, as it is. 3, 2, 1.
Health
Whoa!
Cognition critical.
Okay, that was impressive. That was a fun boom. Yeah, I did. I did. I think that's a fitting way to end that. I want a huge thank you to let's clip it and we can show it again. But I want to say a huge thank you to all of you guys that helped me out with understanding this game during this series, because it's been really, really useful and very, very challenging at times. But it's been really fun. I hope to return to some more Stationeers when Capac and I feel the mood to. It will probably be in the next couple of months. But next week will either be me finishing off the ACS mod, in this time slot that is, or it'll be a Lego stream. I'll be back tomorrow with some more Barrow Trauma in the evening with Capac and Pav, and more Scavenger Hunt on Saturday. Has anyone got that clip for me to show? How do I go to my thing on Twitch so I can go to my own clips? Don't remember. Clips. This one. Oh no, my clip was too late.
That was impressive.
Dang it. Failed at the clip. Barnaby didn't though. Here we go. Oh, the furnace is already almost at exploding pressure now as it is. Yeah, Lego stream will be next Thursday or the Thursday after.
1.
Whoa!
Cognition critical.
That was a spectacular boom.
1.
Whoa!
1.
Whoa! So yeah, so there's all that and plenty more to come. And I will see you then.
2. 1.
Whoa!